Hey everyone, how's it going? It's Patrick from Vicious Computers and welcome to a new video. Today it's going to be a full-on computer build. So I've been watching other people build their computers and it's time for me to build mine. This video is not sponsored by anybody. This is my personal computer build that will replace the computer I've been using for the last 4 years. So kind of ran out of options to upgrade what I have. Time to start from the square one and build up from there. I decided to go pretty much all out on this build. So as we go, I'll share what I purchased, why I purchased it, and how to put it all together. So the video, I think, will be compressed long form, meaning I'm not just going to do jump cuts like, let's do this, and then boom, it's done, and make it into a 10-minute video. Nor am I going to fill all of the empty space where I'm like sitting there fighting to get a screw in for 5 minutes. We'll make it where we're pretty much walking through the whole thing together, including my commentary, but we'll jump across where it's just absolute empty space. Or because I'm filming myself, I have no cameraman. If there's a camera angle that just makes no sense and you can't see what's going on, we'll probably skip those parts too. So this was my intro. The next thing we'll be going through the parts we're using, and then after that it's going to be the video itself. I hope you guys enjoy the video. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them down below in the comments section. I'll put links to the things I'm using in the description, so if you want to go there and look for things. Affiliate links for anything on Amazon, so we actually can make a little money and pay for some of this stuff. Here's the thing, this is my build, so I had to pay for it, but if I had enough spare change to get other items or sponsors, then I would put more videos up using that. So let's go ahead and roll some footage, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. So through the power of editing, before we start building, we can look at the finished build. So I thought maybe this would be a good way to start things off just by showcasing exactly what we're doing today. So we're built out completely. This is the NV7. The next piece of the video will go over all the pieces and parts. Let's fire this beauty up and take a look at it. So let's start going over the parts that we're going to use for this build. First up, for the fans, we're going to have 12 of the 120mm Lian Li ALV2s. These were the best fans that I could find that would complement the aesthetics that we're going for and had decent performance, and also the way that they hook up just makes them easy to work with. For the motherboard, we're going to be using the MSI Meg Ace X670E. This is going to have the best PCI Gen 5 compliance. It had the USB outputs that I needed, and 10 gigabit Ethernet, which is something I use in all my computers. So this will be a perfect fit for our build, but the extended ATX form factor is going to be probably a very tight fit in our case. For the video card, we're going to go with the RTX 4090. This is the all-in-one version, the Supreme X or Supreme X. So this is going to fit really nicely in our case because we have the 240mm radiator that's going to fit right on the back of our case. For the CPU, we'll be using the Ryzen 9 7950 X3D. Yes, the Intels do have slightly higher performance, but when it comes to the power consumption for a 24/7 system that's used for working from home and gaming and production and everything else, this seemed like the best fit. Plus, with the Ryzen 8000 series just around the corner, we can just upgrade the CPU later rather than kind of dead-ending ourselves with the current Intel chipsets. For storage, we're going to be going with 4 M2 NVMe SSDs, the 990 Pros. These are the 4 terabyte models. So that's going to be 16 terabytes of storage in total. These are pretty much the best Gen 4 SSDs you can get. Of course, we do support Gen 5 in this build. The Corsair T700 has faster reads and writes when it's sequential, but they're tied when it comes to random, which is what really matters. So being that these are probably going to last longer, run cooler, and they were half the price, let's go with these for now, and then later we can throw a Gen 5 SSD in when they've matured a little bit more. For our power supply, we're going to be going with the Corsair HX1500i I wanted a powerful power supply, and my current build right now, the reason I couldn't put an RTX 4090 was power supply restrictions. So this time I went a little bit over the top. It was on sale when I got it. I liked the idea that it had the monitoring where you can plug it into a USB header and actually see power supply statistics. And Corsair threw in for free the cable that's needed to make it ATX3 compliant for the video card. So the great thing about this is all the power we need, runs quiet, runs cool, platinum efficiency. The bad thing is it's a very large power supply, so it's also going to be a tight fit in our case. For the CPU cooling solution, we're now looking at using the EK Nucleus, the 360 Lux D RGB edition. Everyone online says the Nucleus is performing amazing. It was on sale when I got it. It matches our RGB centric build, so this was a good fit for us. I would have liked to have something with an LCD screen, but it wasn't mandatory. Performance, stability, and cost were the mandatory factors. But overall, I think this is going to be a great fit for our build, and it'll definitely keep our CPU nice and cool. For our case, this build is going to be using the Phanteks NV7. Now, really the NV9 would have been the best case for this build because of the extended ATX motherboard and the large power supply, but it's not out yet, and it's going to cost $100 more. Everything should fit in the NV7, and if we get it to fit, then I actually prefer the tighter fit without the extra space. The NV9 also supports 140mm fans, which the AIOs do not have, so my OCD would have gone insane not using the full-size fans. So I think this is going to be an amazing fit for us, mostly because we can put the 360 rad on top and the 240 rad on the back, both of them as exhaust, and keep all of the heat out of the system so our SSDs and other system components can stay nice and cool. For our system memory, so I actually have 3 kits right now. We're only going to be building with one of them. Let's explain what's going on here. Online research showed me that the DDR5 6000 is the sweet spot for the AM5 builds. The Trident Z Neo is made for the AMD builds. It has the AMD Expo, and it's certified to work on the motherboard. But if I ever wanted more than 64 gigabytes of memory, having 4 DIMMs is not running too well. So they did release some 96 gigabyte kits, and I picked up 2 of them. I got the Corsair because I wanted to see if I liked the RGB better. And then I got the Trident because it was cheaper and it had a higher clock. This is a 6,800 megahertz, and it's using the Hynix M die. I do not know what the ICs are on this one without taking it apart, which would void the return warranty. And this one is also using the Hynix M die. There is another kit being delivered tonight, which is the 6496 Trident kit. It's not here yet, so hopefully it shows up before I'm done picking which one to use, because it honestly makes no sense to use the faster one here and pay more when I can use the slower one, and they're the same ICs, so most likely they'll overclock the same. Our final items are the miscellaneous items for the build. So I got an array of thermal pads here because I was reading that the heat sinks that are on the motherboard do not fit the SSDs with contact, so you have to add your own thermal pads to get that contact. So I have an array of thermal pads to do that. I chose for my thermal paste to use the Noctua NT-H2. It seems to have a great balance of performance, price, and lifespan. But I also picked up some MX4 just in case for some reason I preferred it, and I think from research the MX4 has pretty much one of the longest lifespans. My current system that I'm using right now, which is my 5900X AMD build, I use the Thermal Grizzly Cryo, and unfortunately, while the performance is great, the lifespan sucks. After about 12 months, performance has gone way down, and I do not want to tear apart my computer every year to repaste it. So I'm more than willing to give up 1 or 2 C for thermals to not have to rip my computer apart and repaste it every year. This is the right angle adapter for our USB header on the motherboard. The NV7 again is going to be a tight fit for us, and based on what I've read, the USB connection is not going to fit from the I/O for the case without using a right angle adapter, so we have that adapter. And this is just an extra. This is just a frame that secures the CPU to the motherboard instead of using the built-in mechanism. I like the way it looks. It's not necessary at all, but it also covers the open spots on the CPU to help prevent thermal paste from getting in between those little joints on the CPU frame. So we might use it or we may not use it. We'll just kind of determine that as we start building. So let's go ahead and get things started with unboxing some of this stuff. It's going to be a kind of a complex build, so we'll start with the basics. We'll get the case and the motherboard situated first and kind of have to determine what order to install everything from there. We have all the fans with all the RGB. We have several pieces and parts that we're going to have to get configured and working. There'll be some choices to make on how to hook things up. And we might run into some issues with things like if we install the radiator first, then we won't be able to install the motherboard, or, you know, so the order of install matters, and we might run into some issues. So it's going to be a learn as we go situation. This case is already big and heavy, so in a way I'm kind of glad I didn't get the NV9, but it is what it is. Let's see. So the first issue is getting the case out of the box. It's not budging. There we go. My first look at the NV7. Really nicely packed, thick foam pads all the way around, and well boxed up. I'll tell you what, this thing is very, very, very seamless. I can't even find the handle holds on where you're even supposed to take the case apart. So this is interesting. All right, so best thing to do with this, swing open the back panel, and then there's 2 thumb screws, and then once you remove those thumb screws, the tempered glass will slide backwards to release the notch there, and then you can remove that side panel. So this is the start of the case, and we have our manual and all of the accessory pieces in there. Don't be afraid to RTFM, especially if something is kind of confusing. So we'll kind of see what we've got to do to get this apart. It looks like there's some extra panel pieces that need to be removed just to get it taken apart. I highly recommend getting yourself something to keep your screws in so you don't lose them. So the side panel here uses thumb screws. The top panel uses thumb screws, and that's great. But the front glass and the back panel, or the other side, use screws, which kind of sucks. And they look the same, but they're not the same size screws. So be sure to keep track of that. And I'm taking that front glass off because it might make it easier to work in the case, but I don't want to break it, but it's going to make this case a lot lighter. This thing was pretty heavy when it came out of the box, but now it's much more manageable. So I think that's about all we need to do. We can take the swinging door off. All right. I don't really care for the back door that hides the cables, for me, that's just gonna get in the way because I have so many things I'm gonna plug in here. But it could be neat if your system's gonna be visible on the back side. The NV9 apparently made an improvement with that. So that's one of the other reasons the NV9 would have been nice, but this is a pretty solid looking case and I'm pretty sure we can work with this.
Next thing is to remove these.
Ooh. All right. Doop-a-doo.
Down and out.
So that's our stripped motherboard pretty much. So with our case prepped for the most part, as far as I know, it's time to get to the motherboard. I think I'm going to install the motherboard relatively early in the building process, but I'm not going to go so far as to put like the cooler and stuff on it. I'm going to put it in the case first. So let's see what we got here. Box. Interesting. Kind of has like one of those like pop-up book effects to it. Motherboard here, top and center in a plastic case. It's definitely got some weight to it. There we go. So put that down here. Looks like nothing else there. So you get a lot of extras with this motherboard. We got SATA cables. We have the NVMe expander card, which I will probably be using when Generation 5 SSDs get better, but I'm not going to use it today. So this is cool. Some necessary cables for that card. I mean, they give you a lot for this motherboard, but it is, in my opinion, overpriced. I was really considering going with the Asus ProArt, but there was just a couple of features that it didn't have that I really wanted. We got a whole bunch of headers, extension cables. I mean, we're gonna have to get into the details on all of this when we get to that part. So we might need some of the stuff from the box of the motherboard, and we might need some stuff from the box for the case for installing the motherboard. And we got another manual, which might come in handy. It says quick install guide with the phone, labels, and a lot of stuff in here. So I don't even know what that is. Some kind of, thumb drive with like your drivers and stuff. That's cool. I like that. But for the most part, let's set that aside. And we're just going to focus on getting our RAM installed and then getting the motherboard inside of the case. I think we're going to paste the CPU, install the cooler, and do all of that after it's already in the case. Also, my Alexa just rang. I think the RAM was delivered, so I'm going to go check for it. Well, that sucks. The notification was to let me know that we're not going to be getting the RAM until tomorrow. So this is the 6400 kit, and that's the one I was probably going to use, but because of that situation, we're going to go ahead and use the 6800 kit, which was only $30 more, so maybe it was the better one to use anyways. All got a whole bunch of stuff to take off here. Oh no. I appreciate the effort to protect everything, but when you can't get it off, that's annoying. Okay, I think we're good. So let's do RAM and the SSDs. If our 6892 gigabyte kit doesn't work for us, then we'll fall back to the 64 gigabyte kit that's made for AMD. This is the focus. This is the 6892 gigabyte kit, and it's using the Hynix M die, which is really surprising. I ordered this expecting it to be the A die, but it's not. So I went ahead, the included manual doesn't actually really have any information. The first thing I'm trying to determine right now is which two slots the RAM needs to go in. Googling it would probably work, but I'm just trying to use the manual. So the real manual you have to get on your device. So you scan the QR code on the back of the box and then you go from there. So we want the DIMM slots, page 30. Here we go. That's what we were looking for. DIMM 2 slot comes first. So DIMM 2 and DIMM 4. Looking at it like this. Okay, no stickers. DDR5, it's really hard to tell which side is the longer side. Those are really sharp. Let's talk about storage. I think these are captive screws. Yeah, I think these are perhaps captive screws. So here's our included thermal pads, and what I was told is that these will not contact the SSDs I have, and they need to be replaced with thicker thermal pads. And this one is magnetic, which I don't really trust. So it goes in. Ooh, goes in like this, and then what a pain in the butt. Yeah, I actually really do not like this. This isn't making it easier for me at all, the magnetic quick easy thing. So, yeah. Let's get our storage. Okay, so 4 of the Samsung 990 Pros for our storage. This slot, this slot, this slot are all on the chipset. This slot goes directly to the CPU. So when we install Windows, we want to use this slot for the OS. Will it make a really big difference? Probably not. But when you're trying to build the best you can, you're not going to leave anything on the table, so to speak. However, since all 4 of these are identical drives, what I'm concerned with is how are we going to determine which one is that slot? So I'm hoping in the BIOS that I can maybe disable these slots and only leave that one activated, which is kind of a way to get it that way. Also, I'm going to note the serial number of the one that we put in that slot, because maybe during installing Windows, it'll actually show me the serial number of the drive. And the easiest way to do it would be only have this one installed, but that means I'd have to take apart the computer to get to these slots after the fact, and obviously we want to try to get everything installed and done the first time through. So that's where we're at a slight conflict of interest. Man, these things are even tinier than I remember. So there's our 990 Pro, 4 terabyte. Good. I didn't really feel good contact with this thermal pad, but also at the same time, I'm not so worried about the bottom, just mostly the top, so I'll go ahead and leave that the way it is. Let's get that serial number before we cover it up. So that will be our OS drive. So this motherboard does support the Gen 5s, but they're just not worth it yet. What I'll do later on, if I can verify that the 4090 is not bottlenecked by breaking this down into a X8 slot, is I'll put the expander card in here and I'll put Gen 5 SSDs in there. Or you can put the expander card in the last slot, which runs at X4. It will actually run one Generation 5 SSD at full speed if you put it in here. Most people don't know that expander, even though it's an X8 card, it will work at X4 with one SSD. And these are all Gen 5, all three of them. So that's one of the unique features about this board, giving you some expandability for future upgrades. All right, so that goes in there pretty well. Definitely no contact on the bottom. Which makes me really wonder about that one. So let's see. What do we want to do about that? I don't know what the thermal conductivity of these is, how good they are. The ones I got are not the best, but they're not the worst. Thermal pads apparently have gotten very expensive over the years when they used to be cheap. Let's get some alcohol and clean that up and get some calipers and measure how thick that is to find a replacement for it. Okay. Unfortunately, this is the 70% rubbing alcohol. I would prefer the higher, but this is what we have. There's some remnants of the old thermal pad, and of course probably a little bit of oil from my fingers. So I want to just clean that up. Obviously this is not your CPU socket or your GPU or anything. This is not nearly as critical, but again, you know, there's no reason to cut corners. The Gen 5 SSDs run so much hotter, and so all of this would be very critical, but the 990 Pros are going to be okay, even with, you know, not the most perfect thermal dynamics. Oh yeah, this 70% stuff doesn't evaporate very well. The other thing is, this case will probably be a very cool running case, because we're going to have 12 fans, and our two major sources of heat, the CPU and the GPU, both are going to be exhaust radiators, which means no heat from those components will be inside of the case to dump that thermal capacity on any of these components. They're going to be basically running straight off of ambient air temperatures. So I'm expecting these SSDs to be nice and chilly. And because I see that this bottom pad does not contact at all, I might very well go back and replace that one too. That's the more important one. It'll be running our OS. All right. Let's see. I brought it, but where did I play? Oh, over here. So logically, we should step up a little bit on the thickness. I don't know what thickness we're going to need for the thermal pad. Let's measure this old one and see what it was. This is a 1 millimeter thermal pad. So let's start off with a 2. Let's try a 2 and see if that works for us. Really try not to mess this up and deform it, but the packaging on this is terrible. All right, 2 millimeters. Maybe get a nice new sharp blade on this. if I can find my spare blades and try cutting this. Okay, so 2mm thick. I still have the covering on it, so it's going to make it a little bit thicker, but let's see if we feel that contact now with the bottom of our SSD. Oh yeah, that works. 2mm. All right. So take this off. There we go. Boom. All right, now for the way that heat sink fits on here. No friction, so definitely not going to fit flush. And of course, a little bit of pressure is good, so again, this won't work. Hey, that one came off clean. That's good.
no contact on this one, and this looks like it's a 1.5 millimeter.
So I have a piece of the 2 millimeter, the scrap, and I'm just going to see if I feel that fitting in place here. Nope. However, the other thing is this part of the SSD is raised higher than this part. So let's put 2 millimeter on the higher side and see how that works. There we go, yep. So we're gonna put 2 millimeter on the tall side and 2.5 millimeter on the short side. Okay, so this is the 2 millimeter thick, which is sitting on the actual RAM chips, and then this is the 2.5 millimeter, which is going to sit on the back side. It's a little bit lower here and a little bit raised there, but I think it's within enough tolerance. This stuff's a little bit squishy as well, so I think that this will work out just fine for us. So just like that. And I can just feel that. That feels almost perfectly flat now. So that was like the perfect solution. So yeah, I felt bad having to buy all these thermal pads and buying so many different sizes, not knowing if I would use it or not. But in this case, we did use, so far the 2.5 and the 2 were used. And I don't know what I'm going to do with that one yet. I got to go revisit that one. Come on. There we go. Builds a complex computer but can't remove plastic off of thermal pads. That's the title of this video. Okay. Oh yeah, I just feel it. It's not a lot of pressure. It's just a little bit of pressure, and it's exactly what we needed. This is going to be so much nicer now. I can't wait till we actually start like benchmarking this and seeing what our thermals look like between the way that we're doing our fans and the all-in-ones and now doing this extra thermal paste for these SSDs. Hopefully the quality of these thermal pads is okay because they're like off-brand, but man, the price of these has gone up so much from what they were back in the day. I wasn't going to pay like $30 for enough thermal pads to do 2 of these. So we're just going to repeat this now for the rest of these 2 and then go back to that one and we'll see where we're at from there. All right. After some careful cutting, tuning, and tweaking, we should be good to go. So we might have a little bit of thermal pad sticking out, which is unsightly. Is it worth messing with? Because this stuff is already welded. I didn't even crank it down yet, and it's already stuck to it. These SSDs are forever part of the system now. I mean, that's a good sign, but it does make working on this more difficult if we ever want to change something. All right, so these 3 are done, but I'm just going to revisit this guy and see if I feel like it needs changing. Yeah, it's definitely not connected like the others. I don't think. Yeah, it didn't even stick to it. we'll change this one too. I have just enough stuff left to do it. All right, all 4 SSDs retrofitted. These are I want to say 120 by 120 millimeter size, and I used almost all of the 2 millimeter. So the 2 millimeter was what went on the bottom. It made the SSDs actually make contact with the bottom heatsink. So you need 1, 2, 3, 4 full length pieces on the bottom. And then on the top of the SSDs, the memory controller and other circuitry is lower, is lower on the SSD. So it used the 2.5 millimeter to make a perfect connection. And then the actual memory chips were a little bit higher up on the SSD, so it required 2 millimeters. So we have a small piece of 2 millimeter on all 4 of them over the memory chips, and that's why we used so much of it. On the 2.5, which is the only thing that this was used for, was the memory chips, still have quite a bit of that left. So if you want to do the same thing I'm doing and you're using the exact same SSDs, which is the 990 Pros, you know you need to buy 2.5 millimeter and 2 millimeter thermal pads. You do not have to buy the 1 millimeter or the 1.5 millimeter like I did. So just to let you know, that's where we're at. I'm going to go ahead and clean up this mess that I've got from all of this thermal pad hackery, and we'll move on to whatever step comes next. With our motherboard prepped, we have our solid state disks, all 4 of them installed, and our RAM. So that's a 96 gigabyte RAM kit and 4 terabyte Samsung 990 Pros. I think the next step to do is to go ahead and put the motherboard in the case, and we're going to do our CPU cooler and all of that after the fact. Or we can put our fans, like some of our case fans in, but I feel like I want to get the motherboard in next, and then we'll do the case fans and all that stuff, probably the next step. Okay, so put the case up on its side. Everything's been removed out of the way. We did that earlier when we unboxed, and it's time to install our motherboard. So the important thing here is that we double check that all of the holes that we have for mounting the motherboard will match up with where the standoffs are, which are the raised places that will accept a screw. So I'm going to meticulously kind of double check that now, and once I make sure that that matches, go ahead and install the motherboard.
Okay, so there's absolutely no way that everything was going to go perfect, right? So here I am, editor Patrick, putting the video together, and I get to a 45-minute section with no audio. So I have external audio and camera feed audio, and the camera feed audio has been erased for this section. So I have no way to sync the external audio. It's just going to be easier to narrate it. So editor Patrick is going to kind of fill in here for this next segment until we get back to where we have camera audio again. So what's going on right now? Yes, we checked the standoffs all matched right out of the box. They lined up perfectly with the motherboard. The case comes with a nice big plastic bin with a bunch of different screws. So we just got to make sure we pick out the right screws, and we can go ahead and get our motherboard fitted in place and screw it down. Something different, and I think this is maybe the first computer I've built in my entire career so far that didn't have like the back plate, the I/O back plate for the motherboard to put into the case first. It's just built right into the motherboard. So for better or for worse, that's how this one is. It's built right into the motherboard, all in a single piece. So you have to kind of slot it into the computer in such a way that you're getting that fitment into the case before you screw it down. It's kind of slide it in at an angle. I did my best. It didn't get a perfect fit, but it's more than good enough. And like I said, the back of this case, everything about this case I love, but that back swinging door thing and how it's recessed for I/O, that's the only thing I don't like about this case. So let's go ahead and get things slotted in here and tied down with some screws. So you can have a lot of fancy gadgets, but I happen to have a little multi screwdriver set, like one of those iFixit type kits that I got to work on my drone stuff. And something I got from probably Harbor Freight forever ago is this little magnetizer demagnetizer. I want to tell you that that's incredibly valuable for doing stuff like this. The screwdriver bits are not necessarily magnetic that I'm using, so just using that magnetizer, now the screws will stick to the screwdriver. And that makes this precision stuff so much better because you kind of just use the screwdriver to drop the screw in place. And if something goes wrong, you can pull the screw back out much easier. An old phobia of having magnets near computers, magnets near computers, is really overplayed. A strong magnet can damage certain things, especially like mechanical hard drives, but you don't have to worry about the magnetism from a screwdriver bit causing any damage. So definitely pick one of those up. I promise it'll make your life easier. And it looks like we are now finishing up with the last of the screws, and that secures our motherboard completely in place. And so far the build's looking amazing. So what's next? So this is going to be a point of great moral debate because we can actually go a lot of different directions on what we should be doing next. As I looked over what was left to be installed and what's going to make the most sense, I think the power supply is what we need to worry about next. We got to run those cables through the case, and we want to see how everything's going to get powered. And right now, just the motherboard in place, we can start seeing how we're going to route the cables for the motherboard because it uses several cables. We're going to figure out where fans and all the different case pieces that require power, where that's all going to go. So the power supply comes next. Again, the NV7 says it supports these extended power supply form factors, but I don't know how close of a call that's going to mean. So this is where we're going to start finding out exactly how close of a call we have as far as fitment. So here we are unboxing our Corsair power supply. We've got a small bag with our screws for mounting. We have our main power cable, which is a non-standard power cable. I forgot the exact form factor that it uses off the top of my head, but I did have to buy, or I was going to have to buy a replacement cable that's longer than the one it includes, but I have power nearby for my computer, so it was okay. You get a cool Velcro closing bag, like a little satchel, that just has all of your modular cables in it. And we have a ton of cables, and including the extra they threw in, which makes it ATX3 certified, so it plugs right into our RTX 4090 video card without any of those weird adapters. And as we move further along, I realized that trying to do the narration really sucks right now. I just had surgery on Monday, and it's Friday, so it's been almost 5 days. And it was nose surgery. Ever since I was in the military, my nose got broken where I really couldn't even breathe through my nose very well. And now it's like been broken and reset, and I have splints in my nose, so I can't breathe very well. Trying to do narration right now really sucks, but we're getting it done. So as far as the final unboxing, there's the actual power supply itself. It's cool looking, nothing special about it really, you know. Big, heavy, lots of holes for ventilation, fully modular. It does have that USB spot for the IQ, which lets you monitor parameters in real time as far as your rails, your voltage, your amperage, the load on everything. I think it's really cool. So that's nice. That was one of the reasons I ended up buying this one, besides the fact that it was on sale. Yes, this is a premium computer build, like probably one of the highest end consumer desktops you can possibly build at the time of making this video. However, everything here was a wise purchase. Everything here was on sale or reduced in some form or fashion. So paying quite a bit less than just blindly going out and buying something. So that's all for the power supply. Let's figure out what we got to do next. So here we are at installation. So it's a top-mounted power supply. Interesting. First case I've ever done that uses that setup. And that's why the motherboard tray is kind of inset on the inside of the computer, because the shrouding for the power supply is above it. So nothing below. My last computer used a chamber down below where the power supply went. Things are getting kind of out of hand these days with like how big graphics cards are getting and how big power supplies need to be. So yeah, you can do these small builds where things are real tight fit, but this time I wanted to make sure we had enough space for everything. And if we ever want to add stuff in the future, we won't have any issues. So we'll just get the power supply up on its shelf and find the appropriate screws to bolt it down. And that'll make it pretty much a done deal as far as setting our power supply in place. So the next section of the build was the adult section, you know, the OnlyFans part. Ha ha ha! I can't laugh because of the nose thing. So I figured the next thing now with the power supply in place is to start laying out the fans. There are some modular parts like the bottom bracket of the case that can be removed to install the fans. There's going to be the top part of the case and the back part of the case where the fans are going to have to work in conjunction with radiators. There is figuring out exactly how we want the fans to operate. Do we want them all to be on the Lian Li controller? Do we want them to be done by the motherboard? Do I want to replace the fans that came with the all-in-ones? Like, there was a lot of like, let's figure out what's the best way to do this. And in some part, just building it is going to lead to the answer as far as like, what's the way to route everything? What's the way to connect everything? We have 12 fans in total, and it just so happens to be that we can control all those fans with the Lian Li controller. And for the RGB, I'm actually going to end up splitting the RGB and the PWM speed control at some point, because I do want my motherboard to retain full control over the CPU fan as far as speed. And I'll let the graphics card have control of the speed for the GPU all in one, but I'll let the Lian Li controller control the actual case fans, but have RGB control over the entire thing. So that's how we're going to do it. We'll just kind of start flipping through some of the install footage here. So while we're stuck in the Overlord narrator mode here, and I'm talking about everything just trying to go along with the video, it's a good time to talk about these fans and why I picked them out. I have been doing the stealthy business-like computers for the last decade. I haven't done flashy window case RGB stuff since I was a kid. Back then I was really big into it. Like, I actually would take a Dremel to a computer and I would cut out like the Punisher logo and put red eyes on it. And, you know, I was really into that when I was younger, but I haven't been into that since I was older, and I started getting into being a content creator for YouTube and doing voiceovers and recording. I wanted quiet, efficient production machines. But for some reason, Cyberpunk 2077 and working on some of my LED projects around the house, I just got this interest to go back to the old way and just go flashy with this one. So between having the giant window case here and all the RGB from the motherboard, and the fans were very important to tie that all in. And these Lian Li fans, the Infinity fans they make, I think are my favorite as far as the overall effects. But the V2 fans have better performance. Better performance than a lot of fans out there, on par with some of the performance-only fans that have no RGB effects at all. So the best middle-of-the-road fan for us was the Lian Li AL120 V2, and we went with that. I love the controller that comes with it for controlling all the effects. You can get some really cool addressable RGB effects with these fans that are well beyond just your typical RGB controller effects. I can tell you now, since I'm recording this in the future after I've built the computer and I've used it for over a month now, that using the MSI software to control the RGB and everything has been actually the worst experience of the entire build. Getting the RGB to work right on this computer has been the worst part of the entire build. And it's not just MSI, it's other motherboards and stuff too. But the Lian Li part, since I put all the RGB separate from the motherboard, has been absolutely perfect 100% of the time. I've had no issues. And the fans by far give the majority of the RGB effects in the case. So that's really good. The other thing I like about these fans is it's the first time in my life that I can just daisy chain the fans together. You snap them together on their edges and it creates a mechanical connection between the fans. And then you just have one single cable coming off of the last fan in the chain to run to the controller. That is so amazing, and with a 12 fan build, that saves us so much cable clutter and cable management. And it was, what I did on purpose here was I bought like, I think 2 of the 3 packs and then 6 individual fans or something like that, because you get different connectors based on which one you buy. When you buy the individual fans, you get the split connectors where one goes to a fan controller on your motherboard and the other one will go to an RGB header. When you get the 3-pack, it's assuming you're going to use the controller, the Li and Li controller, so it gives you the combo cable that has RGB and fan control in one cable, and it plugs right into the controller, which is a proprietary connection. So knowing that I needed both, I ordered both like that, and that worked out really, really well. So we just got to get all the fans unboxed at this point, and then start getting them stacked together, put together, make sure we get them in the right orientation, and put them where they belong on the case, and then kind of start figuring out how the cooling is going to work with our radiators. Yeah, see here's that cool stacking. I mean, literally just connect your fans together. Not only does that make all the things I just said so much easier and better, but it even makes mounting easier, because now I can like line up the 4 fans to exactly where they're going to mount on the case and not fight to get each fan in place first and make sure things all align properly. So yeah, building with these fans has been a pleasure in using them. Even though this case has 12 fans in it, it is the quietest computer I've even had, even compared to, say, like my Antex P182 Special Edition, which had sound dampening and was specifically made to be a quiet computer, and using very quiet fans like the, what's the name of that fan? The brown ones. The ones that don't look very good, but they perform great. It's escaping me at the moment, but you know it. They make quiet fans. They're not the most high performance, but they're good. And even with those fans, this is quieter. So the fact we have more fans didn't make it louder. It made it quieter because we can get so much airflow at lower RPMs. And the fact that we have all exhaust for our main heat components and all air intake for the rest means everything on this case just stays extremely cool. My GPU fans don't even come on for half a day. They only come on when I'm gaming, because it stays so cool just with the airflow that's in the case that the GPU fans don't even come on. So awesome stuff. So somewhere here in the original audio is where I would have been talking about the controller a little bit and how it splits apart the 4 main control areas. Then it has 2 external sync areas for RGB synchronization. Figuring out where this is going to go in the case, where the cables can reach it from everywhere the fans will be mounted, is kind of the challenge I'm looking at this point. I found a good spot somewhere near the middle, so it all works out in the end, and we can go ahead and push forward to the next part of our footage. So it looks like all of our fans have been put together in their individual units at this point, and it's time to start getting them into the case where they're going to go. Now this back plate can be removed from the case. That makes it much easier for us to do the install. So we'll remove the appropriate screws to remove that plate, and then we can just mount our fans to it. This is a spot where you could put radiators as well, but not for us. This will be our main intake from the side of the case. I do prefer a front intake more than this side intake that this case decided to use, but it still works okay for us. And of course, you get that extra niceness of the front glass, which is obviously probably the main reason they did it this way. Also, as I'm editing, it looks like this is the last section that is missing audio, so we'll be able to jump back over to the live audio. This video being long form, we're cutting out some of the just incredibly long pieces of silence or whatever just to keep the pacing going along. But the fact that I built my computer by myself and I filmed it by myself, I didn't have someone holding a camera for me, and I was really focusing on the build. So I just figured I'm throwing this out there so you can see it. And this might be a fun thing to watch while you're at work and you want it in the background running as like background talk, kind of like a podcast or ASMR, you name it. So if the narrated part kind of sucks because it breaks the cycle of that, I'm sorry. Or maybe like the narrated part better because I get to be a little bit more in my comfort space, because doing the voiceover stuff is what I've always done for video when I started doing YouTube. Record, do product reviews and stuff like that, and then narrate everything over the top rather than being on the spot trying to talk while I'm recording a video. So I do prefer the whole like screen capture narrate stuff versus trying to be live on camera, but I'm trying to be good at both. So this part is the last that we'll be doing the narrated part from. I hope you enjoyed the video so far and enjoy the rest of it to come. If you enjoyed this long form video, which is I think different than what's out there on YouTube from a lot of people, instead of doing the 10-minute computer build video from all the big guys like Jay-Z and Linus and all them, doing something different, something a little bit more my thing. And I've been watching a lot of long 5-6 hour long videos on YouTube myself lately. From other creators where they're talking about stuff, and I just let it play in the background while I'm at work, and it gives me something to do. So I figured someone else might enjoy that as well. So let's get these fans installed and see how the case is looking and figure out what we're going to do next. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. So the fans are on our mounting bracket, ready to go back into the case, and that's looking sweet. Just imagine how it's going to look when we power it up. So that's it. This is the last part of the rededicated revoicing part. Time to move back into the stuff where we have stuff recorded already. Yay!
All right, so we're now onto the bottom intake fans. So the air output, this was all thought about way ahead of time. It's a 360 all-in-one exhausting air up. The way I've always built my cases throughout the beginning of time is intake in the front and exhaust out the back and the top. It keeps air flowing in one direction so there's no turbulence, and heat naturally wants to rise, so the heat will be going out the top and out the upper back portion. That was how all PC cases were made back in the day. I've never had a case with an intake on the bottom. So now I'm just going to basically follow the exact same procedure, but have another intake at the bottom. And our intake from the front is now this one here on the side. So it's going to be intake, intake, pushing air in and up with exhaust at the top and the back. So we still keep that natural convection of heat going up and air flowing in one direction, which means RAM, heat sinks, SSDs, everything will have a nice airflow. Now here's the thing. The RTX 4090 dumps so much heat into the system that people with the all-in-one or people who are water cooling it, a lot of people use a radiator either on the side or on the front of their case or in the bottom if you wanted to, where the cold air from inside, from the cold air outside gets pulled through the radiator to cool the video card. And yes, that would be the ideal, best, lowest temperatures for your video card, but then the air in the case is stupid hot. And then the new 13th, 14th generation Intel CPUs, not nearly as bad as the 4090, but also produce quite a bit of heat. And so you, for the first time ever, I would not use a radiator on an intake. Specifically, in this case, the top and the back exhausts are going to be our radiators for cooling. The 7950 X3D is probably cool enough that we could run it here on an intake and it would be okay. But by having the radiators here on the exhaust and having all this cool air coming into the case with so much flow, even though we're not running our radiators off of our intake, it's going to be really nice cool air. It's going to keep all these components nice and cool. We're going to have a positive pressure system here, so we have more intakes than we do exhaust. And that's the other thing. Our intakes are unrestricted, so we'll have a lot of air coming into the system for keeping everything cool. Versus if we had, like, say, the CPU on the intake, we're slowing down that airflow. And so I think this is by far the coolest and best setup, and exactly why we're building on the NV7, or the NV9 would have also worked. This 240 exhaust and this 360 exhaust with these two intakes is just like the most perfect solution for the particular components that we picked. So now, I already routed our cable for the fan. The same place we routed this one out, I routed this one in. So there's also a spot right here for our fan cables, but it's very tiny, too tiny for these connectors. The next thing is There's a thumb screw right here on the bottom, and we're going to take that thumb screw out, and that's going to let us take this up and put our fans on it. So thumb screw out. This will then move out and then up. In the same situation as before, we should be seeing the X's on our fans because we're going to be pulling air into the system. These 4 fans are actually a little bit bigger than this bracket. But I'm pretty sure it supports 4 fans on the bottom. So I'm assuming we're just going to have a fan hanging off. Or is it only 3 fans? Let me double check. Maybe this is only 3 fans at the bottom. Yeah, 4 won't fit. All right, so 3 fans on the bottom, 4 on the side. I know it's 12 altogether, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so it's 3, 3, 3, or 3, 2, 3, 4. Got it. So we'll take one of these off. Let's remove our nubs again. We want to have our fan connection on this side. So that means we're going to secure this like that. Flip it over and start putting this together. So we need fan screws. All right, so I think we're just going to go pretty centered here. This bracket has a little bit of a tilt to it, so if you face it one way, the fans are kind of going that way. If you face it the other way, the fans are pointing up towards the motherboard. I'm going to actually put this back in the backwards position so the fans point towards the motherboard because we got those SSDs and other components to cool. So I'd rather face them more upward than this way. Facing them this way is more of a cosmetic thing than it is a performance thing. So we got it in there. It'll slide back over like this, get locked down with the thumb screw. So I want my fans as far over to the left as possible, I think. But that kind of looks a little bit dumb. So I guess we'll cut the difference. We'll go centered. Good enough. All right. Now on the NV7, this is one of the few places that you can put 140 millimeter fans. I actually was going to buy 3 140 millimeter fans to do that, but the price of the 120 millimeter fans was reduced like 20%. And I know this is an expensive build, but if you can save some money here and there, why not? I don't expect that the 140 millimeter fans would have made much a difference in this case as far as noise or performance. And then it would have maybe bothered me a little bit for the inconsistencies. And which is also the reason why the NV9, I would have wanted to use 140 millimeter fans in that case since it supports them, but then the all-in-ones, Like the GPU all-in-one is 120 millimeter fans. I could have bought a different CPU cooler that uses 140s, but then I would have been stuck with the video card, and that would have driven me nuts. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's just tighten these down. Our fan connection is, since I decided to flip the bracket around, the fans also need to be flipped around. I was like, check the connection, make sure it's on the right side. And I did check the connection, but I didn't think about flipping the bracket. Well, real quick though, let's just show you how that would look. Bracket facing this direction. Just kind of up with the fans, bracket facing this direction. The fans are pointing forward. Cosmetically more, you know, whatever, but I don't think that we'll get as much air on the motherboard, and so therefore we'll go with the lesser cosmetic, more performance-based setup. So I have no idea how much editing and cutting I'll be doing in the video, because obviously not only is this the first build I've done in a while, and a complex build, so I'm going to be running slower, but doing the video is making me go much slower. And so if I do a bunch of cuts, the video might flow faster and be a little bit more entertaining. But some people like the long form type videos. And since, you know, you got Gamers Nexus and Jay's 2 Cents and Linus and all them, they already have like the faster videos. Maybe I'll go a little bit more long form just to set the content apart a little bit. All right, so there's the first, the second, or the third. There's 3 slots. And again, I think just cutting the difference, we'll go with the second slot. And just a little bit over. So about like right there. That puts me right over. I'll do it that way. If I had put it right where I wanted it, the dividing lines here would have been right between the 2 fans, and that would have potentially been not so great. So yeah, I've been watching a little bit more of, I mean, I like Jay's 2 Cents. He's my age. He started in computers the same time I did. He's pretty much followed the same path as me, except he managed to make a YouTube channel and make a living off of it. I'm pretty sure that's how he makes his living. But me, I had all my kids young. I was in the Marines. And then when I had a big YouTube channel, we were doing gaming and streaming. At one point in time, like Dungeon Defenders was our big thing. The developers actually added me and my team into the game itself. It was really cool. But life got complicated. I stopped the gaming, and I still kept doing the YouTube stuff because I'm always learning, and part of my learning is teaching. And so I was getting certifications and stuff to try to move up in the world, and I was teaching people how to do the stuff I was learning. And so YouTube will always be there as something I want to do. I just got to find the time to do it. And I've been doing, I bought the R5C, the Canon R5C is what we're recording this with. I bought it specifically for YouTube, so I could finally produce video quality that was acceptable to me. I've bought cheap 4K cameras, I've tried action cameras, I tried the 4K webcams, and none of them were good enough. Absolute insane overkill for this, unless you're one of those guys like Linus or Jay's 2 Cents or Gamers Nexus that make enough money on it to justify it. But when I bought it, I ended up reigniting my passion for photography. And my fiance also used to be a model, so I was like, man, I'll start doing photography. We go to concerts all the time, and so now I'm doing concert photography. And so I've actually used my R5C almost exclusively for photography and done almost nothing as far as video. And the camera is very, very different in video and photo. So I've mastered it for photo, but I'm still kind of learning it with video. I decided to record this video with the wide HDR gamut and not D-Log or D-Cinelec or whatever it is, which is the flat profile that you color grade yourself, and to give that a shot. But I never will disappear off of YouTube, but I just know that I don't have the studio space or the time in my life to produce videos all the time to stay competitive with the other guys. So by all means, please try to spread this stuff around. We have another screw that's stripped, just like before. Just one screw out of the whole set decided to strip itself. And even though we didn't tighten it down very much. Really interesting. And it's not the screw. So there's our fans. They're going to point this direction. Let's get our cable. And very carefully lock this in. All right. So this has got little feet that will sit in here, and then it'll lock into place like that. Did we miss one? It's interesting. Does it just feed on one side? Should be both. Let's push down. Come on. There we go. Locked in. Nice and tight. Rubber feet, rubber grommets, so it will handle vibration really well. Now, what did we do with the thumb screw? There it is. So anyways, like I was trying to say, you know, as I get older, one of these days, I'll actually be able to retire. And then when I retire, I would love to do YouTube and photography full-time. But that's not for like another long-ass time. So, you know, I'm not going to abandon my dreams, but I have to be realistic with what I can do with my schedule. But I'll never finish completely, though. Videos here and there, whenever I can. And I would love to work more with those other guys. I know Linus mentioned to me in one of his videos once, because I do smart home stuff, I do automation, programming, networking, cybersecurity, you name it. I'm always covering weird, random topics. And so it's nice when I get mentioned by the other guys, that helps bring traffic my way. But Jay's 2 Cents is who I have the most in common with. He's my age, and he's started at the same time I did as a kid getting into this stuff, so that's pretty cool. Here we go. So far, intake's done. Cables look pretty nice. I could route this like that. That might look a little bit nicer. What are we going to do next? I feel like the video card should be last. It's going to go here. I'm a little bit worried that we're going to run into issues with the screws and not having the right length screws for the radiators. We'll have to see. The CPU, we can put the actual CPU in, and then worry about the cooler. And we're gonna have to figure out cable management. So I'm wondering if, this is a big enough case that once I install these radiators, they shouldn't be too much in my way with the cable management. So I guess let's go ahead and start on getting the CPU installed, the CPU cooler, and then the GPU is, I think, what we'll do with this. So let's go ahead and get the stuff unboxed. All right, here we are. This is when things really start to get real with installing components. Choices. I don't know which side the tubes are going to go on for the upper radiator, but most likely they'll be on this side, so they're not bunched together here against the back. And also because we're going to have another radiator here, we're going to lose some space. Tubes top coming down to the video card is how I would normally do this. But after seeing some videos, oh, I forgot whose video I was just watching the other day. I think it was Jay's 2 cents actually, or no, it was Gamer's Nexus, but they're like tubes at the bottom is the way to go for the radiator. I've never had a problem, and I've had systems running for a decade. And my thing is, if the CPU was here and the radiator was right behind it and the tubes are down, if you introduced air into the tubes, up to the CPU is a path up. If you have the tubes at the top, no matter where air is introduced into the system, to the top of the tubes, inside of the radiator is the path up for the air. But I understand that because that's your inlet and outlet, you don't really want air in that area. You'd rather have air in the top of the radiator. So I think that we're going to try to go tubes down, but we'll have to see how it works out once we get the video card actually in there, how much hoses we have and how well it holds up being routed in that way. So it'll probably be tubes down, video card, top slot, which puts them very, very close together. And then maybe tubes out, top radiator. Let's start things off with our CPU. The 7950X3D. I think I'll go ahead and use the Noctua paste. If you didn't notice, I have 2 of them. There's a story behind that. I ordered it with other parts on a big Newegg order and didn't realize it was actually a third-party seller that was selling it instead of Newegg. And people said it was a little bit more expensive than most other pastes, and so I just assumed that was the price it was supposed to be. But no, they were overcharging by like $5, $6 on it. I didn't notice until my package was missing for a couple days, and I contacted them. And then while I was dealing with that, I went and ordered it again from Amazon with free 2-day shipping. And when I ordered it from Amazon, it was directly from the manufacturer, Noctua, and it actually got here faster and cheaper than ordering it from Newegg. I hate the third-party system on Newegg. So now I couldn't send it back, and I have 2 of them. And then while I was at it, I did order some of the MX4, just in case I decided to go with MX4, because I'm pretty sure MX4 has a longer application lifespan. So I don't have to take the computer apart to repaste it, because I have the Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut in my current computer. Performance was amazing for the first year, and then it went into the trash can. I don't want to take this computer apart to repaste it in a year. I'd rather go with something that loses 1 or 2 degrees thermal performance and have a longer lifespan. So the first decision to make is, do we use the built-in CPU retention mechanism, or do we use the the plate that I have? One thing I didn't check is if I unbolt this retention mechanism, is it going to fall out the other side and I need to have the motherboard removed to do that? Or does it stay, is it part of the motherboard itself and it's not going to go anywhere? I don't think I can even see the back of the motherboard to check that. That'd be great if that was an open spot on the back of the case though, where your cooler goes, because a lot of like Intel coolers and stuff, you need access to the back of the motherboard. And I can get a look at it, but I can't get to it. So let's at least take a look at it. Let me get a flashlight. Ooh. Let's see. Maybe I can't really see it. I think it's a part of the motherboard though. I think we can unbolt it if we wanted to. Also, that's for this piece. That's for this. Oh man, these are tight. There we go. Oh, you can get to it. Awesome. So this is the back plate, and it looks like it is screws, and that would fall off. But since we can get to the back of it, we can change the retention if we want to. So let's look at it and see if we want to use it or not. I think it looks nicer. It kind of protects the CPU from having thermal paste get all over the place in between the, you know, with these Ryzen series. I think the gist was to keep the coolers the same between generations. So when they shrank the die, they added these legs onto it to make the overall size the same as before to reuse the same coolers. And so I'm trying to find where it's gonna focus. It's just so much light in here, it's blowing it out. So anyways, but thermal paste can get in there. And it's non-conductive, but it's still messy and you don't really want to deal with it. So we have this nice AM5 retention bracket. And I don't know, I think I want to use this. But it means when I go to swap in the 8000 series CPU when it comes out, that I won't just be able to lift a lever and swap out the CPU. I had to remove that again, but as long as I can get to this, I guess that doesn't matter too much. So maybe I should have put the CPU on the motherboard while we still had it out. So let's remove that's not good. As a matter of fact, that's not good at all. That thumb screw sticks out. It's probably the only thing coming in contact with my table. All right. I want to remove just one of those screws from the bracket and see when I look at the other side, how it looks. There's our protective cover. All right, like I said, let's just take one of them off and see what we see. Oh, it's not that tight. That's nice. I think that the 4 screws on the inside for the retention bracket, and then the 4 screws on the outside for the cooler bracket, they're all going to that same metal plate. And so as long as you don't remove them all at one time, the plate's not going to go anywhere. Interesting. It's not coming. It's not coming out of there. Oh my God! It's one of those screws that you keep turning it and it won't come up and out. So this is the screw that I'm removing. I'd have to push it through. It's not threading out. And yes, the outer screws are still holding the plate in place. So as long as you don't remove all 4 screws at once, from both the internal and outside, you could be okay. But I'm not having any luck getting that screw out. I'm just going to take a small screwdriver and push it from the inside to get it to thread out. All right, close this up. I might regret this later if I do end up upgrading to the 8000 series, but we'll see. We'll see. Can you see it? Yeah, ish. Let's see if I can get you a better view. So our lever mounted retention system is now removed, and we're going to replace it with this AM5 bracket, and it came with its own screws. I guess we'll use the ones it came with, and these might be retention screws, and that's why they weren't threading out all the way, and why it came with its own screws to use. So let's be very careful here. Shiny new Ryzen CPU. All right. I do prefer the new socket setup with the way that the pins are done. All right, this is going to very carefully sit in here. Just like that. RM5 bracket. Like that. That's pretty. I like that. I mean, absolutely necessary? No. But it looks nice. All right. Move you back over here out of the way. So this isn't magnetic, right? It's going to drop it if I'm not careful. Let's try our handy dandy magnetizer demagnetizer. See if we can magnetize this hex key that came with the plate. And the answer is yes. No, not really. I don't think these screws are magnetic, to tell you the truth. I think they're non-magnetic. So the original screws that were in there were not very tight. I was able to use the short side of the Allen key and thread them out without trying. So obviously the heavy retention is going to go on the CPU cooler, and this is really not needing a lot of retention. So I'm not going to crank this down super hard. And since the bracket is held in place, this isn't too bad if I do swap out to the 8000 series CPUs later. So I'm just going to do like a little 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of like changing the tires on a car. So the CPU's in there. I guess we should do the CPU cooler next, because once I put the video card in there, it's going to be a lot. So let's go ahead and get the CPU cooler unboxed. All right, so the EK Nucleus 360 Lux. They have a Vision version that I guess they pulled because they had some issues with it and they weren't happy with the quality. That would have probably been the perfect cooler for me, because the EK stuff is supposed to be like the best performance, superior pump components, and etc. And but they pulled the Vision. The Kraken from NZXT is what I'm using now, and I've never had an issue with it, and I really like it, and I know how it hooks up. And you can display your CPU temperatures, GPU temperatures, and all that with the LED screen. And now they have the new Elite or Pro version with like an even nicer screen. I would have liked that cooler, but I have, from what I can understand, this is supposed to perform better, and the pump lasts longer and everything else. And it was on sale. So when I'm really tied between two parts, the one that goes on sale first wins. This was on sale for like 20% off or something. So it beat out the Kraken. Let's see what we get inside with this thing. Come on. We get foam, we get our welcome box thing. This is going to be all of our manuals and stuff, which we very well may need for this install. Foam layer, all right. We got 3 fans, which we're not using. We're going to be using Lee fans. Our radiator, which is actually not as heavy as I expected. And so there's that. black radiator, hoses, pump. On the connection side here, we got one pigtail. That looks like that's a fan connector. That's an RGB connector. And this one is another RGB connector. So I guess one to go to the motherboard, one to go to the fans. It's going to pass through. It's got pre-applied paste on it. I wonder if I should use their paste and not worry about mine. I have no idea what they put on there, but considering their coolers are supposed to be so good, I'm sure it's good. Because then we got to clean it and do all that. And I don't even have the right rubbing alcohol. It's only 70% instead of the 90-something%. This should be all the hardware necessary to actually mount it up. Oh, okay. This is probably the paste they're using. It's EKTIM Ethotherm. So they have their own brand thermal paste. And so we got big thumb screws. We got long screws. This is gonna be for mounting the radiator. More long screws. We got some cables for RGB fan and a 6-pin here. So this means, is there a place to plug this in on there? Because, oh, that's probably power. 6-pin, is that PCI power? I haven't seen a 6-pin like that in a while, or 8-pin, but it's got 7 pins used. So this is RGB and fan. So it looks like it's going to get constant power to the fan and to the RGB. And then of course there's got to be a USB connection or something to control it. Huh, interesting. This is going to be the brackets. Yep. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 different brackets in here. And then we got all of our pieces and parts here. So I'm going to have to consult the manual on this one to make sure we get it done right. We're going to have to figure out the connections that we want to use, the brackets we need to use, and then of course, since we're not using the built-in fans, we're adding a little bit extra complexity with the fans. And then we got to figure out which screws to use to mount what. If these are going to be long enough to get the fans and the heatsink all in one go, or am I going to have to get some kind of custom thing going on? So we'll be right back on that one. Okay, well, I have been offline consulting, reading the manual and looking things up. And this is a lot more straightforward than I expected. So let's just kind of recap. There's 2 back plates and 2 CPU plates for Intel in here. AMD, you don't have to replace the back plate, so you just get the actual plate for the cooler. And you got your standoffs, one for Intel, one for AMD, the springs and the lug nuts to tighten down, the tightening tool, and spare thermal paste. I looked up the thermal paste that's on here. It's the same thing that's in the tube, which is the Ectotherm, and it's fairly highly rated. So I am just going to go ahead and leave it on there for now, especially because we used that special hold down bracket that's going to keep thermal paste from getting in my little individual grooves, because this is made for AM4, which is bigger than the AM5. And if I was to put this on the AM5 CPU, I'd get a whole bunch of thermal paste in the bad places, so this won't be a problem. The bracket we need is this one. So now, hooking it up, I'm like, what is, we got all these different wires, what's what? Here's what it comes down to. This cable, they call it an extension cable, but it's really more accurately a breakout cable. You got this one connector here, which is 8 pins, where only 7 of those pins are actually in use. And then you got on the other side a fan connection and an RGB connection. This is what hooks up the 3 fans that are included. This connection here on the pump, you have RGB with a pass-through daisy chain and then a fan header. The all-in-one pump in no way connects to the fans, which is different than what I'm used to. The Kraken has a USB connection to your motherboard, and then the fans connect to the pump. So the pump controls the fans, the pump monitors pump speed and temperature, and it does all these fancy things. This is no fancy things. It is straight up basic as can be. You have RGB and fan connection for the pump, you have RGB and fan connection for the fans, and they do not integrate with each other. So since we're using aftermarket fans, we won't even be using this cable at all because it would be proprietary. And we have, and since I was like, oh, if the pump controls the fans, I want to make sure that the pump controls the fans even with the Lee fans. But since it doesn't, and the motherboard controls them, I may or may not use one of those all-in-one connections for the fans to the controller, or I may still break it out and put it on the motherboard header, especially because if I don't have anything hooked up to it, it might throw an error at me. So for now, let's go ahead just to get started on the install part, and I'll figure out how I decide to wire this later. Let's move things around a little bit because it's going to be much easier to work on this laying on its side than it will be standing up. A rough guess of how I want this to fit in there as far as which way the tubes are going to go versus the cooler and everything. If we put tubes away like this, we can have this pointing up like that. That would be pretty solid. So tubes up on the CPU cooler and then away. I think that's better than fighting for space on the other side like this. Yeah, all right. So we're going to do tubes away on the top. And then for the CPU pump, I'm going to go ahead and do tubes up out of the top of it. You can also do out of the side, but especially if I end up changing this RAM out later, having the tubes go up, there's a nice clearance there, and it should make things easier. We need to start finding some screws in here because there's going to be some small screws to mount the bracket on here. If I can find the best way to get this to sit down. So let's go ahead and get our bracket installed. Geez, come on. There we go-ish. These pivot, but they're not moving too easy. All right, so we got to carefully remove this plastic cover. Try not to mess up the thermal paste. This is going to, come on, just sit that way. Need to be vertical. So if we want tubes out of the top, we want this in this orientation, like that. Yeah, it's really fighting me for positioning here.
All right, let's empty out these screws. I'm just going to dump them into the container. In two separate spots here. I don't yet know exactly which screws we're going to need for everything. And then the Lee and Lee fans are thicker than normal standard fans, so that may also cause us some changes in how things go. We need to remove the stands that are on there. We'll go ahead and take care of that. Looking for my screwdriver. Take a break and I'm losing everything. We'll try using this one, but I prefer a full-size screwdriver for this task. All right, according to the manual, there's some big ones and there's some small ones for these mounting post things. The big ones are for pretty much everything except for a single Intel socket. So these will be the ones that we use. All right. Those magnetic charges I gave the screwdriver earlier, doing really well. This was a non-magnetic screwdriver and it's holding on even to these big screws. All right. Now there's an included tool here, basically just a little piece of corrugated plastic. This is your tensioning tool, just to kind of make sure these are snug. Obviously you don't need to like super crank them down, but just make sure that they're snug. And even when I say that, I probably still over tighten just about everything. It's just in my nature. All right, so we can get the radiator connected to the bracket and the fans connected to the radiator and do all that jazz. Maybe I should have done that before I connect the CPU, but now that I got the thermal paste kind of out in the open, I'm wondering if I want to go ahead and mount it and then deal with it. I don't know, let's see. Let's take the bracket, put this back on for a bit. Okay, and I think we'll deal with seeing how the fans and everything are going to go while we still have the freedom to move around before we lock ourselves into position. So let's back up a little bit. All right, so let's see. We're gonna need 3 fans.
there's our 3 fans. We want to remove our little nubs from the end. All right. This is going to be where the wires come off, and we want to push through the radiator. So that means the fans are going to go like this on here. So that's going to be nice and flush. Connection from here, we'll figure out which connection to use. Let's go ahead and get all this protective plastic off before we put the fans on. Just in case it pinches the plastic between the fan and the radiator. Okay. So the holes for this are in line, both sides. Right. So it looks like these holes don't go through. They thread in just a little bit on both sides. They don't go through the radiator, so you want to make sure the screws only go in so far. So you're not going to use one screw to go through the fans, through the radiator, or anything. It's going to be separate. So start with this and find the appropriate screws to mount that to the radiator. And we have choices here. Let's see what the differences are. Short ones, long ones. Those are too long. And these may work pretty well. Yeah, that should be about perfect, actually. All right. So let's get these lined up. So I'm using the ones that are only threaded at the very end of it. They're a little bit shorter than the other ones. They seem like they have the right amount of distance for these fans. And speaking of, even though these fans are wider than regular fans, the holes are inset. So these are probably standard screws, and the fans still use standard screws even though they're wider because they inset the mounting holes on there. So that was probably a really smart idea to keep you from having to fight and find custom screws. And let me double check our manual here as well, see what it tells us. Mounting screws, attaching fans to the radiator. Use 1, 2, or 3 of the UNC 6x32 by 30 millimeter screws. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're using. UNC 6x32, yep. So the ones that are only threaded at the tip. And of course, again, with our fans connected together, we could use less screws and it'd probably be fine, but we'll just use them all to minimize our chances of vibration or other issues. Oh, this is already starting to look really awesome. I'm just hoping we don't have issues with our RAM and you know, power cables and some of that other stuff that we got to worry about. All right, so we got our cooler, we need to put the bracket on. We know how this is gonna go. However, is it gonna bolt directly to the case or do we have any? Yep, okay. Let's just check this out real quick. Oh, that's looking pretty. Now, let's get our bracket on here. So our bracket. And we need to figure out which screws to use. We're using the M3 screws, M3 by 4. They're going to be the pan head looking screws. These guys, not that I expected to see that very well on camera, especially with, but anyways, they're the bigger pan head looking screws. You know, it might be very handy for you, not necessary, but handy, especially if you're not familiar with measurements, to get an accurate small ruler, which I have over here. We used it earlier to cut the thermal pads, and some calipers. They're actually fairly cheap. So these are the thicker pan head screws. There's one of them. There's two of them. 3 and 4 of them. And it says there are 4 of them in the package. Which is interesting because there's, I think, more than 4 in here. So I want to make sure I don't have them confused with something else. I just have 1 extra. So I think they maybe just gave me an extra. Okay, because these are all different. This is what will mount the radiator to the case. So once again, let's carefully pop this off. We want the tube's top, so we want this vertical in line with the top. And we want to carefully
If this thing wasn't trying to turn itself over, it wouldn't be so hard. All right, one started. Two. This is the one time magnetic is not so great. When you're trying to put the screwdriver in the screw, and because it's magnetic, it's pulling it out of the socket that you're trying to set it in. That's okay. Now that I can set it down, I can easily do it this way. Let's tighten these up. There we go. We're ready to mount this in there. So we're going like this. I'll tell you what, man, all this plastic protection has been the bane of my existence so far. That one can wait. Let's carefully get this lined up. We're going to need the springs and the thumb screws. Man, I'm having a bit of a hard time getting this started over on the top corner. Okay. The bottom ones were fine, but that top one was giving me trouble. Oh my God. And it still is. And what are we gonna do? Can we rotate these up? Magnetic screwdriver saving the day. I was trying to, not put too much pressure on it, so I can make sure that these are getting even tension, and not really put any pressure on the thermal paste until I'm ready to do that. But it looks like there's enough spring pressure here that you don't have much of a choice. You've got to put pressure on there just to set these. And then we'll just start rotating. All right, there we go.
So let's do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Just like changing a tire, if you go in a cross pattern like this, you have a much better chance of things getting straight and even the way they should be. That's bottomed out. That's bottomed out. That's bottomed out. And that's bottomed out. That's it. Last piece of plastic. Okay. There's also plastic on the EK logo, apparently. There we go. And their logo goes like this. All right, it's time to get this radiator put on. One of the things I was worried about in this build, and I had to search a lot to see if I could find anyone who had done it, is putting a 360 and a 240 both up here without them hitting each other in the corner. Because I've actually seen fans, just fans without radiators, actually conflicting and hitting in the corner. But yes, it can be done. You just got to make sure that you slide this forward quite a bit to give yourself room there. So we're going to put this pretty much as far forward as we can. Also, these tube lengths worked out really perfect for that. And it should be these small screws like this that will seat that in place. And let me just double check our manual. Make sure that I'm not messing up. Yep, 6mm screws. Yep, 6mm screws through the case and into the rad. So that's it. So our last step, just getting these screws in place. Won't lie, 6mm seems like it's a little bit far in, almost like enough to hit the radiator, but obviously it's okay. So something we didn't really talk about, but there wasn't much of a choice, is the fan cables. I could technically squeeze them between the radiator and the fan, but in this case, our fan connections are going to be coming out this side, which is fine. There's a cutout here that is big enough for our fan connection to go through. And if it wasn't big enough, I would use a Dremel or something and make it a little bit bigger. So while both of our inputs from these two fans are down here in this corner, and that's the opposite corner, it's gonna have to work because when we do these fans on the back here, they're gonna be going in the same spot. So hopefully there's enough cable length to get the hub. Technically, it would be really messy and so much more work and extra cables, but we have two hubs and we could use two hubs if we really had to. Not the ideal solution, but there is nowhere to route the fans down here below. It has to go up here. So this is actually the best case because it's the way we got it set up. I don't like that noise. See, some of them are threaded nice and easy. I think some of these are cross-threading. All right, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Don't like that sound. We're missing. There we go. There's the other one. How far forward do we want? All the way forward. Let me see what the top panel looks like. Let's make sure that we have mesh wherever we want the fans to be. It's gonna go like this. The mesh goes all the way. So yeah, we can put this as far forward as we want. Based on how thick this is. I don't want to pull it too hard forward because the tightness on the tubes here. Also, these can be rotated though, like that. Okay, that's good. We'll put it all the way forward. Just to be safe, in case we don't have enough space otherwise. What I'll do for now, I'm just going to tighten 4 screws in case I want to slide it back once we get the GPU all-in-one installed, because it might be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to have it slide back and meet. All right, now we have to figure out cable business. We got a header for the pump, which will go straight to the motherboard. We got the RGB, which is a pass-through Y connector. And then we got the fans, so I can either use the all-in-one cable, like we did for the case fans, and control the LEDs and the speed through the software. And when the software is not running, it runs at low profile. For this CPU and this big of a radiator, that CPU would be fine running with slow fan speeds. Do I want to control the RGB of the pump by plugging it into the motherboard, and I can just have it match the case RGB, or do I want to control it with the RGB from the fans? So let's grab one of these cables that break into 2 for the single fan connections. Right here is one of them. So the way this works is, goes to the fans. This would go to the CPU header to control the fans by the motherboard instead of the fan controller. This can plug directly into the controller as a sync, or I can add the adapter onto it and turn it into a regular RGB connection, and then connect it to the CPU pass-through. All right, so this to that would go in here. Now here's the question now, how do you take a regular 3-pin RGB and plug it into the controller? Because these sync ports are these 3-pin JST connections, not the RGB, and they give you a connector to adapt the JST to the LED to plug it into your motherboard, but they don't give you the reverse, which is to put a JST here and hook it up to. So I think with that, we'll use the breakout cable. This is what I think the smartest thing to do is. Let's zoom it back. We gotta move back a little bit here. So I think the smartest thing to do here is to use the breakout cable so I can let the motherboard run the CPU fans. Since there's no control from the pump or anything, it runs off motherboard connections. Use the breakout cable. I'm going to run the LED side to the controller for the LED fans, and I'm going to run the fan to the CPU header. And then just let the all-in-one cooler run off the motherboard LEDs rather than splicing it into the fan controller, which makes sense because this way the fans are on the controller, but not this. And this particular cooler doesn't have a whole lot of RGB capabilities anyways. So we gotta get this plugged in. And we're gonna route this. This is gonna go through the case to the controller. And this is gonna go to our CPU fan header. Where are you at? System fan. System fan. Pump. I found the pump fan. That'll be over here. Let's see here. System fan, system fan, system fan, pump fan 1, CPU fan 1. There we go, found them. All right. So this will be CPU fan. And this will be pump fan. Okay, we'll tidy those up later. Right now they're just connected. And we need to find a RGB, an addressable RGB header for the AIO. I think that's one right there, but it's not labeled. JRB. I'll just wait on the RGB connection for now because I got to figure out where the case is going to hook up its RGB as well. So we got the fans connected. The next all-in-one situation is going to be the graphics card. All right. The star of the show, huh? The RTX 4090 Supreme Liquid X. If you've seen the teardown on this video card, it's one of the better built 4090s. It's just really good PCB quality, component quality. I don't really think that the 240 radiator does it much good. It gets apparently really hot, the radiator does, and then without all the fans on the card, the VRMs and stuff get a little bit toasty. So I'm not going to say this is better than an air-cooled card, but it's smaller, so it lets it fit into tighter spaces. This case will hold a full-size card, no problem, right? But this would have fit in my existing computer while the full-size ones would not. But since I'm putting all of the heat outside of the case with this, it's keeping everything inside the case cool. I just think it's going to be a really good fit. And it was also, funny enough, like the cheapest RTX you could buy. We got the same kind of like pop-up box type dealio that we had on the last one. So I don't know how the fans and all that stuff work. Oh, we get a mouse pad. Just trying to get fingerprints on our video card. Let's see. Oh yeah, already got fingerprints on this bad boy. So it's really about the same size and weight as my RTX 3080 that I have in my other computer. These are a little bit funky looking. Let's grab that. Move that top layer. All right, here's the all-in-one. Let's just set that aside for a moment. All right, it comes with the four power connector breakout in case you don't have it on your power supply. Some screws. And I think that's all she wrote. So we got to figure out how to convert the fans that come on this to our fans, and also determine, are these fans controlled by the card, or are they controlled by something else? So let's put our two fans together real quick. All right. Let's see what we got. So we got two fans already mounted. They are daisy chained together. This is hard to see. One fan's connected to this connector, and oh, this is maybe not good. Okay, here we go. Right here, coming in, there's obviously wires running through these water tubes, not just water, but wiring as well. The first connector comes out right here, which goes to the first fan. And then there's a second connector that comes out there that goes to the second fan. We'll use the breakout cable on the Lee and Lee fans and plug the Lee and Lee fan into here so it still gets controlled by the video card just like these fans would have. And then we'll have a separate RGB connection. So let's start by removing these fans. I'm gonna have so many parts from this build to keep track of in case I ever need to change anything. But generally speaking, after I build a computer and I keep all the parts, never do I ever go back to change anything or need anything. It just sits in my closet for 5 years until I'm ready to clean my closet out. MSI silent gale fan with hydrodynamic bearings. All right. Yeah, I really think, I mean, RTX is way hotter than, like, even than Intel CPU, and yet people need 360s on the Intel. I'm really surprised that they just put a 240 for this thing. Granted, it still has the one fan on the video card, but I really think a 360 would have done it more justice. And then I would have probably put the video card 360 at the top and put the CPU 360 here on the side as an intake. We would be dumping some hot air into the system, but not that much, as the CPU is not terribly hot. Especially not if you're comparing it to the video card. All right, so we have one cable coming out that starts right here, and the second cable coming out. Okay. They literally give us two separate fan cables, so hopefully the graphics card doesn't freak out if it only sees one fan connected instead of two, because it's not going to have two connections anymore. But at the same time, I'm willing to bet if I look at those pins, that one of them has got all the pins and one's probably missing some pins. We'll see. We'll investigate now. All right. So we got two fan connections. This is 3-pin, this is 4-pin, yep. So that 4-pin connection has the RPM sensing. Also, weren't these, these are not RGB, are they? Because obviously, yeah, okay. Let's figure out the best way to do this. We're gonna need another breakout cable here, like this. So this will go to our fans. This will go to the LED controller, and this will go to the 4-pin fan connection that's on here. So let's plug that in now. Air will go in here and out the back. We want our fan connections. Oh, let's see which way is going to be best for us here for RGB routing and everything. We want the tubes to be at the bottom if we can. That's the better way, which means we want the fan connections to be coming out of the top like this. But let's first do a sanity check and see what tube's bottom versus tube's top is going to look like in this case, with the GPU actually like in a place. So the GPU is going to be in that first socket like this. AIO. If we put tubes down, it's going to be spun around like this. That's probably okay. Don't like how it looks, but it looks like it might fit right underneath of the CPU cooler and kind of just fit in there like this. But tube's top would definitely be, actually, really, that's kind of more difficult. With how rigid these are, I'd have to kink them a little bit to get them to fit up here. We're going to do this a little bit weird. I think I'm going to put the graphics card in now before I put the radiator or the fans on, in case I need to change the fan orientation or the radiator orientation. And having the GPU in place will help me determine what's best. All right. Looks like this is a screw. Take this off. Tiny. I don't like how they use one different size screw than the rest in this case. I gotta be very careful when I put them back together. The tiniest one was something at the beginning that I barely remember. All right, it's gonna be what, this one and this one? I'm assuming it's going to be the top two slots. Yeah, let's try it. With all the features that this motherboard has, I'm really surprised it doesn't have one of those like easy unlock systems for the PCI Express slots. Every one of the other motherboards does, and yeah, with how big these cards are, you almost need it. All right. You, sir, are gonna go here. Looks like the top one goes back in. We don't need this one. All right. So the case is going to be pushing up on these with a decent amount of force. I can go out this way, or I can go this way. I think a twist like this is going to be the path of least resistance. And then tuck it like that. Yeah, that looks good. All right. So we need screws and fans and all that good stuff. Now for the RGB, all right, it's going to be like this. And our breakout connector is right here. Okay. Let's get these fitted up. Okay. So, unfortunately the fan connector is there at the bottom, and we can't do much about that. And we don't want our RGB connection at the bottom because it's too far of a run, but this will work nicely. And this will run through here with the other one. Now we just need to find the right screws from the motherboard kit to attach that. We're going to need short screws because, as far as I know, I don't think we got anything in the video card box. Oh yeah, we did. We got these 4 small lock case screws. Case screws for what? Did this thing even have a manual in the box? Nope. All right. So we can use these case screws, which I'm assuming will hold the radiator on. Though the radiator has like 8 screw spots, and this is only 4 screws they included. But let's go look at the screws that came with the case as well, because we might have something nicer in here. Black instead of silver, although it's on the back. Doesn't matter too much. Are these the same thread size? No. Those would work. All right, we'll use the included case screws in case I need any of these extra ones that came with my case, because there's only a few of those. What I call those like hard drive screws. That's what I used to use to screw down hard drive stuff. All right. A little bit tricky. These cables, I don't know how I want to route this one, because it goes to the top from the bottom. At this point, we have a little bit of room to maneuver both of these up and down to see what works best. With this, it's going to block the CPU cooler unless I pin it down like this, but then it's going to be against the case like that. So is it going to help to slide this up some or down all the way? I'd say down all the way is the best on this. Are we blocking any fins that way? Just a little bit. So right there is where we're going to tighten this one down. I don't think that I could do something like this as well. Who knows what? I think that's the best way. Okay. Now we can slide this over like we were talking about earlier. That's why we like to tighten down some of the screws. Trying to visually line this up. I think right there looks good. Okay, so the top radiator has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 screws in it. I think I'll take out 2 of them here because it's not holding the fans, it's holding the radiator, and put them here on the back one. They should be the same size screws because that GPU only came with 4 screws to mount the radiator, which seems a little bit under-accomplished. There we go, better. Now it's 6 screws back here, which I can live with. I don't like the fact that I got silver screws back here, but can't really see them anyways. And I'm not a big fan of how all the cables and stuff are inset in the back of this case, and you're supposed to hide all your cables, because I have a ton of cables that come out of the back of my case, and I'm usually trying to reach back there and find things and plug them in, and this is going to make plugging things in behind the case a million times harder, and I'll never use the cable management stuff. So for me, that's the only design on this case that wasn't good. But look at this. We haven't done the cable management yet or anything, but just take a look at this. And how cool is that? To have the 2 all-in-ones and have Let me see, I'm just gonna take the camera off a tripod for a second. All right. Let's check out our work, shall we? So we got the 240 exhaust, the 360 exhaust, 4 120s input on the side, 3 120s input on the bottom. So natural airflow is going to be amazing. That's why we picked this case, was just the compatibility with all of these different things we picked out. Of course, we still got a lot of cable management to do, things to hook up, our motherboard headers and all that stuff. And you know, maybe putting that in before the GPU would have been a smart idea, but we'll figure it out as we go. All right. I don't want to jump ahead of myself and think that we're almost there, but I think we're almost there. As far as I can think of, everything is installed now. Fans, CPU, GPU, both coolers, RAM, SSDs. It should be at this point getting everything connected. So we have very few things connected right now. We're going to need to install all of the front panel I/O, the RGB stuff for the case, all of our power supply connections, and then do all our cable management. This is either going to go easy or very, very difficult. And I honestly don't know which to expect at this point. So I guess let's pick a spot and go with it. What do I want to do with you? So I think we should get the fan controller kind of put in there in the back side, get the fans hooked up, and then all the I/O, front panel I/O and all that stuff. Hopefully it won't be too much of a pain to get to it with the stuff already in the case. So let's flip this guy around. Oh, Jesus. Oh. All right. Fan controller connection. Let's start with this. All right. This case comes with a bunch of things. There's channel A and channel B. These are RGB. These look like SATA power supplies, so that means that those are going to require power. Does that mean that the case has its own RGB headers somewhere and I don't even need to use this? Or will I? I don't know yet. This is front panel I/O for the USB. Probably best thing to do is pull all this kind of out. All right, let's see. Oh, that's a tight fit. All right, that'll help. So let's see, fan, and then did I run it out the wrong place? Oh, shoot. Huh. I ran my fan connectors out the back of the case instead of into the case. Oh man, I couldn't tell. So this stuff here came out there. I would have preferred it to go directly behind. How did we get it back into the case? I guess we can go in right here. That means we're kind of putting stuff across the exhaust of the power supply. I don't like that. What other options do we have? Anything that comes out from this back spot has to come out here, which is by all the I/O, which is even worse, or here. You can't go that way, and there's nothing down here. So I guess that's what we have to do. We can go back in there. So the first spot is there. Yeah, that's really the only spot. All right, so these two fan connections. This is just RGB. I don't like it, but it's not terrible. What is this little guy doing? And we could do it like this if we have enough slack. So maybe the best place for the fan controller is here, or here. Oh, you can take this out if you want. That might be better. This is to hold SSDs and stuff. We don't need it. So you can keep it in there so you have, you can close it to hold your cables back there. Or we can take it out completely and just leave us with room. And speaking of, I think I'll leave it on there, but since this presses out, this is a little 2.5 inch drive holder. Let's take this off of it. So this is just nice and flat, and we'll use this as a mechanism to whatever we put behind here so it doesn't get pushed out against the back panel. And that's where the controller is going to go. So let's do sync 2. Sync 4. And then zone 3 and zone 4. So that's all 12 fans, LEDs taken care of. We're gonna need SATA, it looks like 2 SATA power connectors, and this stuff. All right. Isn't enough slack in here that maybe. Maybe I can get it up in here. Is that a fit? I don't think we got any more. I don't know if we got any kind of extension cables. We'll see. Tethering. Fan. Adapter. Break it. No. Well, it's just going to have to go down here like this. All right. And we can close that up. Ta-da! Now, we'll worry about power supply in a minute. Let's figure out USB, and front panel I/O. Oh, this is interesting. This is, it looks like fan breakouts. One's going here. What is that? This is, oh man. I don't know what this goes to. Right below the power supply. Oh, that's the RGB connection for the case. So that's the RGB, it's coming through here, it's connecting to this. This is an RGB controller, isn't it? It uses 3-pin JST. So there's one going here to the top case, and there's one going here to the other side. What is this thing for, though? It's weird that we got, it looks like, that's our switch. All right. Okay. There is, in the case accessories, This is an RGB extension thing. It goes off of a 3-pin. I don't know what this is for. It's for RGB, but I don't know what this 3-pin header is for. What I'm looking for, the case came with some kind of easy I/O cable. All right, let's look in our goodies box. That is SATA cables, SATA cables. This is the Wi-Fi antenna. Some kind of weird 2-pin power thing. I don't know what it's for. Oh, this is one of the temperature probes. That's a temperature probe. That's what I'm looking for, I think. This is a RGB JST thingamajig, very similar to the other one. Some screws. All right, this guy. This is an RGB splitter, it looks like, for the 4-pin. All right, so this guy should be what I'm looking for. Pretty sure. MSI. It is 7 pins. 7 pins. It's just a little extender for the motherboard I/O. I don't know if it's going to be helpful, but there's the HD audio. All right, it should be this one right here. Let's figure out where that header's at and see if we need this or not. Audio, RGB, fan, sensors. FP, front panel, that's where that goes. So they're both at the bottom, audio and front panel. It looks like there's a grommet here and maybe underneath will be the two neatest places to reach it. So this is audio. It needs to come in. Over here. Okay. And front panel switch. Right here. I'm not gonna try to get this all on camera. It's tight quarters as is, so This is surely everyone's favorite part. Okay, that should be our front panel. We've got USB 3.1 and USB 3.0. Let's do this one through here. Okay, that's our USB. Kind of wish I had a right angle adapter for that one because it's not pretty. It's got quite a bend on it. I might push it up higher. All right, so right now our USB 3.1 is right here. I don't like that bend. I thought about trying to come in up higher so it could, but it was just pulling it out of place, and we still have to put our power adapters here, so this is okay. But this is coming out of the motherboard like this, and remember, we haven't put the RGB strip back on yet, which is going to cover all of this stuff, and it's going to make this a tighter fit. So we can work with these vertical ones, but these ones coming out of the side, like, forget it. And so therefore, that's why we preemptively got this 90-degree adapter, because for the USB 3 in here, that's pretty much the only way you're going to get it. Now again, if we had done the NV7, this wouldn't have been, or the NV9, this wouldn't have been a problem. But since we built with the NV7, we're dealing with the restrictions on space. All right, and which one's which? Is there a 1 and a 2? I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but I'd like to use the right USB 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going down from top to bottom, so we'll use this one right here. Please fit. Oh, can't do that one because it run out of grommet. So here we go. Please fit, please fit. I don't think this is going to stick out far enough for it to fit. Is it? Is it? Oh, ha, 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 ha. Nice. All right. USB 3.1, USB 3. Fans are routed. We need RGB for the AIO. Now, I feel like this is back on the back side of the case, like it obviously, it's going to the RGB for the case, so you think I could plug this into it, but it's using JST connectors, so I guess we'll have to use a motherboard or RGB slot for that. I would like to look at the the case manual a little bit more detailed. I don't even know where I have it. I'm losing track of things right now. All right, yeah, power button, LED, we already got that. Front I/O, USB 3.1, USB 3, HD audio, we just got all three of those. Moving I/O to another location. I'm okay with it being where it's at, which is here in the front at the bottom. That's a good spot for me. RGB, here we go. Built-in RGB controller has 2 channels, A and B. So you have the top connection goes to the I/O panel. So that one's already hooked up. Channel A ports, channel B ports, and sync to motherboard. Okay. So the bottom one is sync to motherboard. That's the 3-pin. So let's do that. Let's find that 3-pin to RGB. That'd be this one. So this cable I found, it is a 3-pin to addressable RGB, and the bottom slot on this controller that's built into the case is a synchronization to motherboard. So I'll hook the AIO to the motherboard, I'll hook the sync up to the motherboard, and I'll just control everything from the motherboard and not with the built-in controller. All right, so let's figure out where our RGB stuff is. We have one addressable RGB in the bottom right. We have an RGB in the middle. And there's another one here at the top, addressable. So that front connector that syncs, let's put that one at the, I'll bring it in at the bottom. That way I can use the AIO at the top. So let's find the addressable RGB for up here. And it's right there. All right, so that'll take care of the AIO. We'll do the cable management last. Now let's bring in the synchronization. And we'll put it on the bottom right. Okay, that will synchronize the motherboard's RGB to the case's RGB. I think we might be on power. we're going to need lots of SATA power in the back, but up front we're going to need this one, and that one. Let's start with the ATX3 adapter cord that they gave us for the video card. This will replace the PCI Express power cable and the need to use the 2-to-1, or in this case the 4-to-1 power adapter. Alright, so to get to the video card, probably through one of these grommets is the best, the bottom one. Yeah. Is it gonna reach? Looks like it will. Might be better actually. Okay. Let's do our main power. You know, if we can't put the LED bar on there, I mean, I can live with it. It would just suck. All right. And we're going to need a 6-pin. Wow, we got Molex in here. Surprised that's still around. 628, 6.2, and some SATAs. What is that? And it's a 6-pin PCI. All right, this would be the best one for that. big boy here. Okay. What is left? Video card has power, motherboard has power, USB has power, front I/O is hooked up. We need power to the things on the back. All right, so we have our motherboard connection here that needs to go to the power supply. We have PCI Express power that needs to go to the power supply. We have the video card power that needs to go to the power supply. And now we have 2 SATA powers for the fan controller and 2 SATA powers for the integrated LED controller. And that might be everything. It's a lot of power just for a few LEDs. So let's look what we got. This is a, looks like 4 SATA powers on 1 connection. Although it might be a good idea to use 2 of these instead of just 1, because that's a lot of stuff I have on here. Oh, I just found a, oh, it's 8 pin. I was gonna say 6 pin to 6 pin, but we don't. All right. All right. So we got 2. Looks like there's only 2. And honestly, it probably doesn't matter, you know, with single rail, power supply, and blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to break this out into 2 cables if I can. So one of these will go to, and they're going to the same place in here too. One of these will go to the fan controller. And let's use the next one down the line if we can. And it doesn't matter. Do it like this. All right. So there's the fan controller. And now we need the case. Okay, let's start trying to neatly route this stuff. Okay. This is going there and there. It could go straight up like this. This is 8-pin power. This might be a little bit tricky. We need a USB for the power supply, and I have no idea where that's going off to. Is that what this is? No, this goes to the fan controller. That's right, we haven't hooked up the fan controller. That's really important. So we have a pass-through for fan. We have, which we're not going to use since the fans are directly connected to the motherboard. So we don't need the pass-through for the fan. There's a pass-through for the RGB. I don't need that either. So this is our pass-through cable. Passes through fan and RGB. We're not going to use synchronization from the motherboard to the fan controller. So the only thing we need is the USB hooked up. So that we can actually control everything. So we need to find a USB header. We got USB 6, USB 5. They're at the bottom. This is when it would be nice to have like a Lazy Susan or a smaller table that I could get all over to this each side. All right. Based on what I just saw, our regular USB headers should be down here at the bottom. Yep. So middle, right here. This will be where we'll get our connection to. Top left blacked out. Bottom right, like this. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that was the USB for the fan controller, which goes right there. Why they're not using a USB-C connection, who knows? All right. So all this kind of fits back in there. Like that. Let's get this 6-pin run up here. let's get the motherboard connection in the back first, because that's the big one, and we don't want it to be inhibiting us. This is going to be a little bit hard. Yeah. One more. Come on. Oh, very nice. All right. Next up, this is 2 8-pins. So that'll be PCI CPU. Let's put it right here and right here. That'll be our video card power. This guy is just a 6-pin. This guy is just a 6-pin. All right. I think that's everything for power, and we can just kind of clean this up now. Do some cable management. I really feel like we're forgetting something. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's put our little door on. Okay. Now let's find the best way to do these. Power cables. That one. That one. Like this. Let's take that slack up like that. And this guy down and over. All right. We got to get the RGB stuff back on now. Let's try it out. All right. This is probably the part that I'm most terrified about is we still have more cable management to do, a few loose ends here and there. But before I can like completely do it, like I just threw this cable up here, I probably need to get that RGB bar installed, and the top one will be fine. But the bottom one, I'm incredibly worried about. We're missing two 8-pin connections up there. We'll need to get those. Let's see. So this goes up here like this. Okay, so I can fit cables there. All right. So we need two 8-pins. Let's see. I knew we were missing at least one thing for power. Now we know. All right. Those are gonna have to be twisted and flat because the RGB bar is coming in. that might be everything. Let's just hope that it's all connected and working after kind of having to, force it together a little bit. We could plug it in right now and see what happens before we worry about putting the back panels on. We won't be able to see what we're doing. I have to go find keyboard and mouse and monitor and all that stuff to hook up to it. That's not long enough. That's interesting. This isn't a standard plug. Just noticed that. So I can't use the power cables I have. Okay, moment of truth. We'll have to do a hard power off, but we want to see everything lighting up, coming on, and doing its thing with no obvious errors or postcode issues. Still worried about the RAM, but let's see if everything's working. Here comes on. And I'm not seeing nothing. Make sure we got power. Yep. Probably the switch back here. I see every fan on. I see the video card, I see the CPU cooler, I see the RAM. 15, I don't know if that's a good postcode or not, but this is looking good. Nice. All right, let me clean up a little bit, get the back panel on, see if I can hook up a monitor and everything and get Windows going. Okay, we're kind of in the final countdown now. Everything looks like it came on okay, which is good. I was a little bit scared having to get that LED panel cover back on. That was one of the things I was worried about with the NV7, was all that stuff fitting, and it looks like it's all good. Now we've got to put this side panel on and hope that that pressure doesn't bust anything. Let's see, that's the back door, this is the glass. That's my back door. That's the top, I think. All right. Side panel looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots. It's going to link in. And then there's a screw. I think it's a thumb screw that holds it down. Ooh, man, there's some pressure. It's on there. All right. The side panel was a screw. Surprised it wasn't a thumb screw, but all right. Next is top panel. By the way, there's no dust covers here. There's one in the bottom, which is removable. That's one of my intakes, so that's good. But this is our other intake. And as far as I know, there's no dust filter for this either. So that's a little bit weird. I would expect most modern computers to always have dust filters, but this one doesn't. All right, so this should be the top panel, yeah? And it's going to fit on, nope, this is not the top panel. That's the back door. Top panel right here. Gets held in with 2 thumb screws. All right. Front glass. If I remember correctly, it's going to slide in. Oh shit, I'm getting fingerprints all over it. And then there's 2 screws to hold this in. Is it here? All right. Is there plastic on the inside of this one? No. That's weird. So there's 2 pieces of plastic on the side panel, one on the inside, one on the outside, but it looks like the front panel just had the one. You almost need gloves for this.
And so with getting that final case screw in, I actually completed the build and the video was done. Did the little intro video after that same night, and today doing the editing. I really appreciate anyone who hung in there and watched the video, even if it was in the background while you're working or doing something else. Please comment on this video and let me know if you enjoyed this form of content, the long form stuff. I've never done it before. I think it's interesting. Sometimes you want something quick because you're busy, but sometimes you're doing something else and you don't want something that you have to focus on. You can just play it in the background, and I think this is kind of that thing. Also, father, full-time job, you name it, I've got so much stuff going on. I can't always create content specifically for YouTube, but I can always record the things I'm working on, which are relevant, and share them with everyone else, which is what I did here. So yeah, having a cameraman would be great. Having some help would be great, but you know, we made it happen. I hope you enjoyed it. Please feel free to ask any questions down below in the comment section. Like, subscribe, share, all those things. I really appreciate it. I'll try to get some affiliate links down in the description if you want anything to purchase that you can help fund the channel with. And I'll throw a few pictures up here of what it looks like after I've cleaned it up further. I did some cable management and I've been using it for the last month. I love this computer. The only side effect is now I want to upgrade all my monitors to take advantage of that better horsepower that I have now. So once again, this was Patrick from Vicious Computers, and I'll see you next time.